Deep in the wild woods of ancient Greece, a melody of pipes calls out from the shadows. This is the world of the Satyrs, the untamed companions of the god Dionysus, and their secrets hold the key to a truly enchanted sleep. By the end of our journey, you will know how to let their mythical joy guide you into profound rest. Before we meet these wild beings, I would love to know where you are listening from and what the hour feels like there, as we all settle into this shared dreamlike space together. What is the one part of nature you would most want to explore with an ancient guide? Their forms are a startling blend of human and animal, a wild puzzle of nature. From the waist up, a satyr appears as a man, often with a rugged, bearded face and a crown of short, curling horns. But from the waist down, the wild truly takes over. Powerful goat legs end in sharp, cloven hooves, built for scrambling up rocky slopes. A short, expressive tail flicks away flies, and their entire being radiates an energy that is both playful and deeply primal. These are not monsters to be feared, but spirits of the untamed world. They are the soul of the deep forest, the hidden meadow, and the lonely mountain peak, given a voice and a form. While the great gods of Olympus ruled from their cloud palace with laws and order, the Satyrs represented something far more ancient and instinctual. They lived by the simple, powerful rhythms of the earth itself, chasing joy, music, and revelry without a single care for the civilized world. Their laughter echoes the babbling of a stream, and their dances mimic the rustling of leaves in the wind. And at the very heart of their existence is one figure, their leader and patron, the god who understands this wild joy better than any other, Dionysus. It is to him they offer their unwavering devotion, their chaotic music becoming the soundtrack to his divine celebrations. Dionysus himself is a walking contradiction, a divine force impossible to ignore. He is the god of the vine, the one who brings the gift of wine, a liquid that can spark laughter and community or descend into utter madness. He governs the fertile earth, the bursting grapes on the vine, and the raw, untamed power of life itself. This energy spills over into ritual madness and religious ecstasy, states where the human self dissolves into something far more primal and connected to the divine. And from this chaotic wellspring, the profound beauty of theater was born. His journey was never a quiet one. He did not reside in a grand palace, but traveled the world in a chariot pulled by sleek, powerful panthers, symbols of his own wild and unpredictable nature. His procession was a moving festival of sound and motion, a whirlwind of devoted followers. The Maenads women swept up in his divine frenzy, danced with reckless abandon. And always by his side, providing the riotous soundtrack to this pilgrimage, were the Satyrs. They were his constant companions, his earthly embodiment of the very principles he represented. Just as a single cup of wine can bring warm fellowship or chaotic revelry, the Satyr reflects this dual nature. They are the joyful pipe players and the mischievous troublemakers, perfectly mirroring their god's capacity for both bliss and sheer unbridled chaos. This hybrid form is a walking contradiction, a living testament to the space between two worlds. Picture a body built from mismatched parts, yet moving with a startling unified grace. Their torso is human, yes, but often covered in a pelt of coarse hair, more like a goat than a man. Their face is rugged, with a broad snub nose, pointed ears that twitch at every forest sound, and a pair of short, sharp horns curling proudly from a wild mane of hair. These are not the features of a civilized citizen of Athens. They are the features of the untamed earth itself, and then from the waist down, the transformation is complete. Their legs are pure goat, powerful and sinewy, built for leaping across chasms and scrambling up impossible cliffs. Their feet are not feet at all, but hard, cloven hooves that click a rhythmic tattoo on stone, a sound that announces their presence long before they are seen. This entire form, from horns to hooves, is almost exclusively male, and they carry with them a constant physical reminder of their nature, a symbol of raw, untamed fertility and an insatiable appetite for life's pleasures. They are creatures of the threshold, never fully one thing or the other. Their very bodies tell a story of the wild encroaching upon the human, a reminder that civilization is just a thin veil over the ancient primal world that still beats just beyond the edge of the village. That wild, untamed form, however, has a close cousin in another ancient world. Across the sea in Rome, a similar creature roamed the woods known as the faun. While it is easy to blend them together, this distinction is vital, for it sharpens our understanding of the true Greek satyr. Fauns were generally seen as more gentle and rustic spirits of the forest, prophets and helpers associated with their own god, Faunus. They were part of the peaceful pastoral landscape. The Greek satyr, in stark contrast, is rarely peaceful. He is far more overtly crude, driven by a raw hedonism and an unapologetic appetite for wine, music, and pure chaos. His identity is forged directly in the fiery revelry of Dionysus. This is not a spirit who offers quiet wisdom to a lost traveler. He is the one who leads the traveler astray, turning a simple path into a wild, unforgettable adventure. Recognizing this difference pulls the Greek satyr into sharper focus. He is not just a nature spirit, he is the embodiment of nature's most disruptive and ecstatic forces. He represents the part of the wilderness that does not simply exist, but that actively celebrates, disrupts, and revels in its own raw power. And this chaotic nature, so perfectly aligned with his god, finds its purest expression in a single iconic sound, the melody of his pipes. This wild, chaotic energy was never meant to be contained. The satyrs were always part of a greater whole, a vibrant and untamed traveling party that moved as a single living entity. This retinue, known as the Dionysus, was the very embodiment of Dionysus' power on the move. Picture it not as a parade, but as a force of nature. At its heart were the Maenads, also called the Bacchae, women who had been utterly consumed by the gods' ecstatic frenzy. They were the storm to the Satyrs' playful breeze. In their divine madness, they could perform impossible feats, their connection to the wild so complete that they could handle serpents without fear and draw water from solid stone with their very fingertips. They represented the transcendent and at times terrifying side of divine worship, and weaving through their ecstatic dances were the Satyrs, providing the essential grounding counterpoint of pure earthly joy. Their role was not one of violence, but of music and mischief. They were the ones who filled the air with the dizzying melodies of their flutes and pipes, their rhythms compelling even the trees to sway. They introduced the element of play, of laughter, and of a raw, lustful appreciation for the simple physical pleasures of life. Together, the Maenads and the Satyrs created a perfect chaotic harmony. One group reached for the heavens in ecstatic union with the god, while the other celebrated the earth with every beat of their hooves. This moving festival of sound and movement was a tangible force, a wave of untamed life that swept across the ancient world, leaving the rigid order of civilization utterly transformed in its wake. The sound that defined their revelry was the piercing, rhythmic cry of the aloes. This was no gentle flute, but a powerful double-reeded instrument, its voice both hypnotic and fiercely driving. It could mimic the frantic buzz of insects or the wailing of a storm wind, a sound that bypassed the conscious mind to speak directly to the body and the spirit. Alongside it echoed the softer, more melodic tones of the syrinx, the panpipes, whose breathy notes called to mind babbling brooks and rustling reeds. In the hands of a satyr, these instruments were not played for entertainment, but for transformation. Their music was the essential catalyst for the Dionysian rites, a sonic key designed to unlock the soul from its civilized cage. The complex, interweaving rhythms were meant to overwhelm the listener, to induce a trance-like state where the self could dissolve into the collective ecstasy of the dance. And when the music took hold, their bodies followed in a celebration of pure, unadulterated motion. A satyr's dance was never choreographed or graceful in any traditional sense. It was a spontaneous eruption of the life force within them, a joyful, clumsy, and utterly unself-conscious display. They would leap with their powerful goat legs, stomp their cloven hooves in complex patterns, and spin with wild abandon, their shaggy forms a blur of unrestrained energy. There was no technique, only expression. This was not a performance for an audience, but an open invitation, a call to join the revelry and lose every inhibition. To watch a satyr dance was to witness life itself celebrating its own existence, a raw physical poetry that urged everyone, mortal or god, to forget their worries and simply move. This ecstatic union of sound and motion was the very engine of their worship, a sacred release that stood in stark opposition to the structured, dignified rituals of the other gods. It was a reminder that sometimes the most profound spiritual experiences are found not in quiet prayer, but in the shared thunderous heartbeat of a wild dance. That ecstatic dance was often fueled by the most sacred gift of their god. Wine flows through the very identity of a satyr as surely as blood flows through their veins. As the eternal companions of the wine god himself, they exist in a state of perpetual, joyful intoxication. This is not a weakness, but their very purpose, a living embodiment of wine's dual nature. In one moment, they are the picture of blissful euphoria, their music made sweeter and their laughter more infectious under the gentle warmth of the vine's blessing. Yet with the next cup, that same influence can tip them into scenes of ridiculous, clumsy disinhibition. You can almost see them now, clumsily clutching a sloshing wineskin, their attempts at a grand leap ending in a tangle of goat legs and merry confusion. In the myths told around Greek firesides, these tipsy antics provided essential comic relief, a reminder that even in the presence of the divine, there is room for pure, unadulterated silliness. Their relationship with wine serves as a powerful, ancient mirror. It reflects the understanding that this sacred gift from Dionysus was a complex force. It could open the heart to divine connection, loosening the spirit for ecstatic worship, but it could just as easily reveal our own inherent foolishness, inviting us to laugh at ourselves without shame. The satyr, forever caught between these two states, shows us that both experiences are part of the same sacred, celebratory whole. And this celebration was not confined to the hidden woods, but found its way onto the most public of stages, shaping the very foundations of storytelling. This playful, chaotic energy was never limited to their divine celebrations. Beyond the wild music and the flowing wine, the satyrs held a deep-seated reputation as the ultimate pranksters of the ancient world. Their mischief knew no bounds, targeting unsuspecting humans, powerful gods, and even each other with a gleeful, childlike impulsiveness. One of the most famous tales revolves around the old satyr Silenus, a frequent companion of Dionysus. Stumbling away from a revel in a profound drunken stupor, Silenus became hopelessly lost and was eventually found and captured by King Midas. The king, recognizing the old satyr's connection to the divine, treated him with great hospitality for 10 days before returning him safely to Dionysus. Overjoyed, the god of ecstasy granted Midas a single wish as a reward, a choice that famously led to the king's golden touch. The entire epic saga, a story of immense wealth and devastating consequence, began with a simple, tipsy satyr who wandered off and got himself into a bit of trouble. This is the essence of their trickery. It was rarely born from malice or a desire to cause true harm. Instead, it was an expression of their fundamental nature, a spirit that simply could not resist the impulse to poke, prod, and disrupt the established order. They are the living embodiment of that little voice inside us all, the part that sometimes wants to pull a harmless prank, break a silly rule, and remember not to take life or ourselves so seriously. As you sink deeper into relaxation, you can almost hear their distant, echoing laughter, a reminder that a little bit of playful mischief is a timeless part of being truly alive. That playful, chaotic energy found its perfect counterpart in the deep, sun-dappled forests. The wild is not a lonely place for a satyr, for it is teeming with life, especially the elusive nymphs. These beautiful female spirits personified every element of nature, from ancient oak trees and bubbling springs to the very flowers in the meadow. And for the satyrs, their greatest, most joyous pastime was the eternal spirited chase of these nymphs through the untamed landscape. You can almost see the scene unfold in a sunlit grove. A satyr, catching the scent of a naiad on the air, abandons his music in an instant. His powerful goat legs propel him through the undergrowth, his hooves kicking up soft earth as he gives joyful pursuit. The nymph, laughing, flees just as swiftly, her form dissolving into the mist of a waterfall or merging with the bark of a tree. In countless ancient artworks, this dynamic is captured forever, a timeless dance of pursuit and escape. This was never a story of capture. The magic was in the chase itself, a celebration of raw, vital desire and the fertile, generative power that pulses through the entire natural world. It represents the endless cycle of life, the magnetic pull between different forces in the wilderness, the satyr with his earthy passions and the nymph with her elusive grace are two essential halves of a single, vibrant ecosystem. Their playful interaction symbolizes the very interconnectedness of all living things in the forest, a dream of perpetual motion and joyful longing under a canopy of green. This endless pursuit is not a frustration, but the very rhythm of existence in their world, a reminder that sometimes the journey itself holds more magic than any destination ever could. Even within that chaotic band of revelers, a clear leader emerges from the haze of wine and laughter. Silenus stands apart from the younger satyrs, a figure of profound contradiction. He is often portrayed as old, with a balding head, a thick white beard, and a belly rounded from a lifetime of indulgence, perpetually on the verge of toppling over from his donkey, supported by younger satyrs in his constant cheerful intoxication. Yet this same stumbling, wine-soaked figure was also revered as a wise tutor, a fatherly guide who helped raise the young god Dionysus and imparted the secrets of the natural world. He embodies the archetype of the wise fool, a being whose apparent foolishness masks a deep oracular insight. His most famous moment of clarity came during his capture by King Midas. After being returned to Dionysus, the grateful god offered Midas any reward he desired. The king, of course, asked for the golden touch, a wish that would soon become his curse. But before that legendary gift was ever granted, Midas first sought wisdom from his unusual captive. he asked the old drunk satyr a simple but immense question. What is the best and most desirable thing for humankind? Silenus's answer was not a cheerful one. He declared that the very best fate for a person is never to have been born at all. And the second best, he said, is to die as quickly as possible. This bleak outlook seems to clash violently with the joyful revelry he represents, yet it is the core of his paradoxical nature. His wisdom is not a gentle comfort, but a raw, unfiltered truth, born from a life spent in the shadow of ecstasy and the understanding of life's inherent suffering. He teaches us that profound insight does not always wear a solemn face. Sometimes the deepest truths are spoken by a laughing, stumbling old man who has seen the bottom of one too many wine cups, reminding us that wisdom and wild joy can be two sides of the very same coin. This profound wisdom, spoken from a state of drunken revelry, found its perfect echo in the heart of Greek culture itself. The wild spirit of the satyr was so essential that it claimed its own stage in the great theater of Dionysus in Athens. Following the intense, soul-wrenching experience of 3 tragic plays, the audience was treated to a complete tonal shift, a short, riotous performance known as a satyr play. Imagine the emotional whiplash after hours spent exploring fate, betrayal, and the torment of the human soul. The same masked actors would return, now joined by a chorus portraying a band of mischievous satyrs. These plays would take the very same mythological heroes and gods from the preceding tragedies and place them in absurd, comical situations. The noble hero Heracles might suddenly find himself wrestling with a chorus of clumsy, wine-loving satyrs who keep getting underfoot. This was not a dismissal of the tragedy's power, but a necessary complement to it. The satyr play served as a crucial pressure valve, a deliberate release of the immense tension that had built up in the audience. It was a sudden, joyful return to the body and the earth, a reminder that life is not only about existential dread, but also about laughter, physical humor, and our own inherent silliness. The Greeks understood that a healthy spirit required both the soaring heights of tragedy and the grounding, earthy release of comedy. The satyrs, with their unapologetic celebration of the primal and the playful, were the perfect guides to lead everyone back from the edge of despair, their stomping hooves and joyful pipes guiding the way back to a more balanced and fully human state of mind. This sacred frenzy was the very heart of their existence. To truly understand the satyrs, we must step into the shadowy groves where the cult of Dionysus practiced its most profound and secretive rites. These were not public festivals but intensely personal ceremonies known as the orgia, held deep in the wilderness under the cover of night. Far from the ordered city, participants sought to shatter the very boundaries of their own selves. The goal was ecstatic union with the god, a state so powerful it was believed to liberate the soul. The air would thicken with the rhythm of drums and the sharp cry of the aloes, the music building to a fever pitch. Dancers would spin until the world became a blur, their movements fueled by wine and a raw, collective energy that felt larger than any single person. In this heightened state, a ritual known as sparagmos could occur, the ritual tearing apart of a live animal. This was not an act of mere violence, but a profound symbolic gesture. By consuming the raw flesh of the creature, participants believed they were taking the vital, living essence of the god himself into their own bodies. It was the ultimate act of communion, a visceral breaking down of the separation between the worshipper and the divine. Within this sacred chaos, the Satyrs represented a specific primal force. They embodied the masculine, animalistic energy that drove the frenzy forward. Their stomping hooves were the heartbeat of the ritual, their wild pipes the call that summoned the spirit from its civilized cage. While the Maenads expressed a transcendent, often terrifying ecstasy, the Satyrs grounded the rite in the physical, earthly joy of the body itself. They were the untamed instinct that made such a profound connection possible, a living reminder that to touch the divine, one must first embrace the wild creature within. The riotous energy of the satyr was not confined to the forest or the stage. It spills across the surfaces of countless everyday objects, captured for eternity in the vibrant art of ancient Greece. On the curved sides of wine cups and the broad bellies of storage jars, their wild figures dance in an endless revel. Using the stark contrast of black figure and later red figure pottery, artists outlined their shaggy forms with remarkable clarity. Here, a satyr strains to lift a giant amphora of wine, his comical struggle frozen in time. There, a whole band of them accompanies Dionysus, their pipes raised as they march in a joyful procession. These images were more than mere decoration. They were a conscious dialogue, a visual exploration of the delicate balance between order and chaos. To hold such a cup at a symposium, a drinking party, was to hold the wild itself in your hands. As you drank the wine within, you would gaze upon the very creatures who embodied its liberating and potentially disruptive power. The civilized Greek citizen, engaging in reasoned debate, was literally face to face with his own untamed nature, a reminder that the wild was not a distant threat, but an integral part of life waiting just beyond the olive groves. This artistic conversation extended to the walls of homes and tombs in magnificent frescoes, where their sprawling processions added a layer of mythical grandeur to domestic spaces. In every painted leap and lustful chase, the art served a profound purpose. It was a cultural safety valve, a way to acknowledge and even celebrate the primal forces that civilization worked so hard to control. By giving the satyr a permanent place in their art, the Greeks acknowledged that to be fully human, one must make room for the joyful, chaotic, and instinctual creature that lives within us all. This raw, unfiltered existence did not go unnoticed by the sharpest minds of the ancient world. For philosophers like the Cynics, the satyr was not a figure of ridicule, but a startling ideal. They looked past the drunken antics and saw a being of profound freedom, utterly unburdened by the complex web of social conventions and artificial desires that defined human civilization. The cynics championed a life of radical simplicity, arguing that true happiness was found by shedding the unnecessary luxuries and hollow opinions of society. And in the satyr, they saw a perfect model. Here was a creature whose needs were basic, whose joys were immediate, and whose entire life was a testament to living in direct, unmediated harmony with the natural world. He did not worry about his reputation, accumulate wealth, or follow fashion. His home was the forest floor, his feast was wild fruit and wine, and his law was the rhythm of his own instincts. In this philosophical light, the satyr's chaotic behavior transforms. His rejection of polite manners is not mere crudeness, but a powerful rejection of hypocrisy. His relentless pursuit of pleasure is not simple hedonism, but a celebration of the body's natural desires. He becomes a symbol for a life lived authentically, according to one's own true nature, free from the corrupting influence of a society that often values appearance over substance. This mythical beast, then, is far more than a character from a wild story. He is a philosophical challenge, a call to strip away the layers of conditioning and return to a more essential and perhaps more truthful way of being. He asks us a difficult question: how much of our own complexity is a cage of our own making? What might we rediscover if we had the courage to listen, just for a moment, to the wild, simple wisdom of our own instincts? But this celebration of the wild came with a dark and potent warning. For all their joy, the satyrs also represented something the civilized Greek mind deeply feared: the terrifying loss of self-control. Their unrestrained sexuality, their constant state of intoxication, and their raw animalistic features were not just quaint quirks. They were a vivid, unsettling reminder of the primal beast lurking within every person, a creature of pure instinct kept in check only by the thin veneer of law and custom. Imagine a Greek citizen living in a society built on order, reason, and clearly defined roles. To them, the satyr was the living embodiment of what could happen if those rigid structures ever broke down. He was the chaos that could erupt from within, the madness that could consume a city as easily as it consumed a forest revel. This profound duality is the true source of their enduring power in myth. They are the delightful nightmare, the joyful chaos we secretly crave but openly fear. They offer a vision of absolute freedom that is as alluring as it is dangerous, a call to abandon all responsibility that is both intoxicating and deeply frightening. In their laughing faces, the ancient Greeks saw their own deepest conflict, the eternal struggle between the rational mind that builds cities and the wild heart that yearns to tear them down. The wild freedom of a satyr was never a guarantee of safety. There is one story that echoes through the myths not with laughter, but with a chilling, agonizing scream. This is the tale of Marsyas, a figure of the wild who dared to reach too high. Marsyas was a satyr, or perhaps a closely related Phrygian spirit of the same untamed nature, whose life was forever changed by a single fateful discovery. He stumbled upon a beautiful double flute and aloes that had been cast aside by the goddess Athena herself. The story goes that the wise goddess, disgusted by the way the instrument distorted her face when she played it, threw it away in a moment of divine vanity. Marsyas picked it up, put it to his lips, and from that moment the wilderness itself seemed to sing through him. He practiced with a devotion no satyr had ever shown for anything but wine, and his skill grew so profound that the very trees bent to listen. The music was intoxicating, a raw, earthy power that flowed from his very soul, and that power, as it so often does, bred a fatal arrogance. Flush with pride, Marsyas made a decision that would seal his doom. He publicly challenged the god Apollo himself to a musical contest. Imagine the sheer audacity. Apollo was the divine patron of music, the master of the golden lyre, whose melodies were the very sound of cosmic order and celestial harmony. He represented the pinnacle of refined, structured, and disciplined art. Marsyas, in contrast, represented the wild, ecstatic, and untamed music of the earth. This was more than a simple contest. It was a clash of two fundamentally different worlds. The terms were set, and the muses were appointed as judges. Apollo, of course, accepted. The competition was fierce. Marsyas played with all the passionate, raw energy of the forest, his music stirring the primal instincts of all who heard it. His performance was flawless, a testament to his incredible skill, but Apollo was a god, and he had one final trick. He challenged Marsyas to turn his instrument upside down and sing while playing, a feat possible with the lyre but utterly impossible with the flute. Marsyas was defeated. His wild music could not overcome the clever, divine rules of the game. The punishment was swift and unspeakably brutal. For the crime of hubris, for daring to challenge a god and believing his own skill could surpass the divine, Apollo decreed a horrific fate. The victorious god had Marsyas tied to a tree and flayed alive, slowly and excruciatingly peeling the very skin from his body. It is a scene of unimaginable suffering, a stark and violent contrast to the joyful revelry that usually defines these woodland spirits. His agonized cries were said to have formed the river that still bears his name. This myth serves as the ultimate warning from the ancient world. It draws a clear, terrifying line in the sand. The wild ecstasy of the satyr, for all its joy and freedom, must never challenge the established order of the gods. A satyr's place is in the chaotic retinue of Dionysus, not in a contest against the Lord of Light and Reason. The story of Marsyas is a tragedy of overconfidence, a reminder that even the most intoxicating talent must be tempered with humility. It whispers that some boundaries, especially those between the mortal and the divine, are not meant to be crossed, and that the price for such transgression is a silence far more profound than any music. Even the most untamed spirits can be reshaped by a new landscape. As the vibrant culture of ancient Greece flowed into the rising power of Rome, the satyr himself underwent a subtle but profound transformation. In the Roman imagination, he evolved into the faun, a creature who retained the core essence of his wild origins but was polished by a different set of cultural values. While still a playful denizen of the woods with the same goat-legged form, the faun was often portrayed as more benevolent, less overtly crude than his Greek predecessor. The raw, chaotic hedonism of the satyr was softened into a rustic charm. This shift is beautifully captured in the works of the poet Ovid. In his epic, The Metamorphoses, fauns appear as gentle, if mischievous, spirits of the countryside, more likely to help a lost traveler than lead them into a drunken revel. This cultural adaptation reveals a fascinating truth about the wild man archetype. Its core remains the same, a bridge between civilization and the untamed world, but each society paints that bridge with its own colors. The Romans, with their focus on law, order, and agricultural life, saw the wild not just as a source of ecstatic chaos, but as a place of pastoral peace and hidden knowledge. This new dimension is most clear in the Roman god Faunus, from whom these creatures took their name. Faunus was not merely a god of the forest, he was also a prophetic deity. His voice was heard in the rustling leaves of a sacred grove, and his wisdom was sought through strange nighttime rituals. This added a layer of oracular insight to the creature, an element of divine wisdom that was far less prominent in the purely ecstatic Greek satyr. The Roman faun, therefore, became a more complex figure, a blend of playful wilderness and ancient whispered knowledge, showing us that the call of the wild can sound like raucous laughter in one land, and like a mysterious prophetic whisper in another. A profound silence fell over the wild wood for centuries. The laughter of the satyrs was muffled under the weight of a new age, their forms fading into the forgotten margins of old manuscripts. But the wild is patient, and it always finds a way to return. With the dawn of the Renaissance, a seismic shift occurred, a great reawakening of the classical spirit that brought these mythical beings roaring back to life. Artists and scholars, digging through long-lost texts and unearthing ancient statues, found themselves face to face with the untamed energy of the satyr and the great god Pan. They were not seen as demons or mere curiosities, but as powerful symbols of a world being rediscovered. These wild forms became the very embodiment of the Renaissance itself, a celebration of human creativity breaking free from the strictures of medieval thought. The artist was no longer just a humble craftsman. He was a creator, a force of nature, and in the lustful, free-spirited satyr, he saw a reflection of his own burgeoning genius. This was not a simple copy of the past. It was a reimagining where the chaotic joy of the ancient wilderness was channeled into the act of creation itself. You can see this fusion in the sprawling, magnificent paintings of the time. A satyr might appear in a mythological scene, his earthy presence a stark and deliberate contrast to the idealized beauty of the gods, a reminder of the raw material from which all art is born. He was the untamed instinct that guided the painter's brush, the primal muse who whispered that true creation requires a little bit of chaos. This symbolic rebirth placed the wild man at the very heart of humanism, suggesting that to create something new and beautiful, one must first be willing to embrace the ancient, untamed parts of the soul. That ancient laughter echoing from Renaissance paintings did not fade away. It found a new home in the pages of modern fantasy, where the satyr was reborn for a contemporary audience. In the beloved world of C.S. Lewis's Narnia, they shed much of their wild hedonism to become steadfast, earthy allies in the great battle for good. These Narnian satyrs are loyal soldiers of Aslan, their goat legs and pipes now instruments of a noble cause, fighting to protect a sacred, talking woodland from the forces of darkness. This was a significant transformation, one that traded chaotic revelry for a sense of pastoral duty and unwavering friendship. Decades later, Rick Riordan's Percy Jackson series brought them even closer to our own world. Here, they are not mythical relics but active modern-day protectors. A satyr like Grover Underwood becomes a relatable hero in his own right, a dedicated keeper of the wild who spends his days searching for lost nature spirits and guiding young demigods to safety. He carries the essence of the ancient satyr, his love for enchiladas and soda a playful nod to their legendary appetite, but his core is defined by bravery and a deep, abiding loyalty. These modern interpretations carefully soften the more challenging, primal edges of the original myth. The raw lust and chaotic drunkenness are replaced by a focus on their innate connection to the earth and their role as endearingly quirky companions. This shift makes the ancient wild man accessible, even lovable, to new generations. He is no longer a terrifying symbol of lost control, but a guide who teaches us about friendship, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. In this new form, the satyr's wild heart continues to beat, a steady, reassuring rhythm for any dreamer who still believes in the secrets hidden just beyond the edge of the woods. Deep within our own minds lives a force as untamed as the wildest satyr. Modern psychology gives us a new language for these ancient creatures, framing them not as external spirits, but as a fundamental part of our own inner landscape. Through the lens of thinkers like Sigmund Freud, the satyr becomes a powerful symbol of the id, that most primitive part of the human psyche. The id is the seething cauldron of our basic instincts, a realm of raw, unconscious drives that clamor for immediate gratification. It is pure desire, untouched by morality, social rules, or even logic. It wants what it wants when it wants it, with the unapologetic simplicity of a creature of the woods. And in the satyr, we see this force made manifest. His constant craving for wine, his playful chase of the nymphs, his impulsive music and dance, all of it points to a being governed entirely by the pleasure principle. He is the embodiment of urges that civilized society, represented by what Freud called the superego, demands we suppress and control. We are taught from a young age to delay gratification, to temper our desires, and to behave appropriately. The Satyr does none of these things. He is the ID unleashed, a walking, dancing reminder of the primal energy that simmers just beneath the surface of our polite and orderly lives. When we encounter him in myth, we are not just meeting a fantastical beast, we are glimpsing a reflection of the untamed wilderness within ourselves. Could this be why his image holds such a strange and enduring power over us? He represents the part of us that never learned to follow the rules, the part that still longs to run wild, to laugh too loudly, and to follow every impulse without a single thought for the consequences. In the quiet theater of your dreams, this symbolic dance can play out in perfect safety. To dream of a satyr is to grant your subconscious permission to explore these repressed energies. It is a mythical space where your inner wildness is free to roam without judgment or real-world repercussions. The playful chase through a moonlit forest, the distant sound of pipes, the feeling of powerful hooves carrying you effortlessly over the earth, these are not just random images. They are the language of the psyche, a symbolic release for the desires and instincts you may keep carefully locked away during your waking hours. The satyr in your dream is not an intruder, but an emissary from a part of you that is asking to be acknowledged. He invites you to reconnect with a more instinctual, joyful, and fundamentally authentic version of yourself. As you drift into sleep, you are not escaping reality, but journeying into a deeper one, where the ancient rhythm of the satyr's pipes can help harmonize the civilized mind with the wild heart that still beats within. This untamed guide from the depths of myth is the perfect companion for your own journey into sleep. His world of instinct and joy is a key to unlocking the vast creative landscape of your own subconscious mind. Picture his presence not as an intrusion, but as an invitation. As you begin to relax, you might sense him at the edge of your awareness, a gentle figure playing a soft, meandering melody on his panpipes. This is not the frantic music of a wild revel, but a lullaby woven from the sounds of the forest, a rhythmic call that guides you away from the structured worries of your day and into a more ancient, peaceful space within. He asks nothing of you but to listen and to follow. His music encourages you to release the tight grip of control, to let the constant planning and analyzing of your waking hours simply fall away. In his company, the goal is not to direct your dreams, but to allow them to unfold with their own wild logic. This is the state where true restoration begins, where the mind is free to wander, to create, and to heal without the constraints of the rational world. The satyr understands this process innately, for his entire existence is a celebration of the unplanned and the spontaneous. He leads you into a dreamscape where creativity flows as freely as a mountain stream, where solutions to old problems can appear in the playful leap of a thought, and where the simple, restorative power of nature can soothe your spirit. To follow the Satyr into sleep is to trust in the wisdom of your own inner wilderness, to believe that the most profound peace can be found not in silence, but in the joyful humming life of the subconscious. The gentle, reedy sound of the syrinx begins to soften now, its melody unwinding from a frantic dance into a slow, hypnotic rhythm. This is the Satyr's lullaby, a tune woven not for revelry but for rest. Each note drifts like a leaf on a still pond, a soft circular pattern that has no true beginning and no demanding end. It simply flows, a continuous current of sound that invites your breathing to fall into its gentle cadence. This is the same instrument that once sparked ecstatic dances, but here its power is transformed. The sharp, driving notes that could summon a frenzy now melt into a soothing hum, a blanket of ancient, mystical harmony meant just for you. Listen as the melody wraps around the clutter of your thoughts, not to erase them, but to quiet their urgency, slowing the frantic pace of your mind just as it slows the imagined beat of your heart. The wild piper has become your gentle guide, using the same breath that fueled chaos to now lead you into profound calm. This is the deep magic of the syrinx, its breathy tones the very sound of the wind through moonlit pines, a call from a world where time itself moves more slowly. Let this timeless music carry you, note by effortless note, into a peace as old as the forest floor. This ancient lullaby carries you to the very edge of their world, a realm known as the forest of eternal twilight. Here, the sun perpetually hovers just above the horizon, bathing everything in a soft, golden glow that never fades to full night. It is a place of long, gentle shadows that stretch and merge, where the sharp edges of the waking world soften into dreamy silhouettes. The air itself is cool and carries the clean, soothing scent of damp earth after a rain, the sharp freshness of pine, and the sweet, faint perfume of night-blooming flowers. This is a sanctuary suspended outside of time, a hidden grove where the relentless ticking of clocks simply ceases to exist. There is no hurry here, no destination to reach, and no schedule to keep. You are free to simply be. A soft, mossy path unwinds before you, inviting a slow, meandering stroll. The only sound, apart from the whisper of leaves, is the faint, distant melody of a flute, a thread of music woven into the very fabric of the twilight. It does not demand you follow it, but simply assures you that a gentle guide is nearby. This entire drowsy world feels as though it was woven by the Satyrs themselves, not for their wild revels, but as a sacred, quiet gift crafted solely for your deep and peaceful rest. Every element is designed to soothe the soul, from the unchanging amber light to the silent, patient trees. In this enchanted space, you can finally release the weight of your day, knowing you are completely safe, completely held, and free to wander in a dream that never has to end. A calm, knowing smile is his only greeting as he steps from the dappled shadows. This satyr does not leap or shout, but moves with a quiet purpose that stills the very air around him. He extends a hand, his rough palm a testament to a life lived among the trees, and his gesture is not one of wild summons, but of gentle guidance. He leads you to a soft bed of moss curled at the base of an ancient oak, a natural cradle that seems to have been waiting just for you. The cool, earthy scent of the moss rises to meet you as you settle into its embrace, a feeling of being held by the land itself. This is his sacred invitation, a chance to lay down the invisible weight you have carried all day. Close your eyes now and take a slow, deep breath. With every exhale, picture a single worry leaving your body. See it as a small, dark stone in the palm of your hand. One by one, you place these stones into the satyr's waiting grasp. He accepts them without judgment, his eyes holding a deep understanding of every burden. And then, with a flick of his wrist and a soft, mischievous chuckle, he performs his gentle magic. Those heavy stones of anxiety and to-do lists transform before your eyes. They become shimmering fireflies that blink and dance away into the undergrowth. They become a trio of playful foxes who chase their own tails before vanishing behind a fern. They become a handful of maple seeds that spiral upwards on a soft breeze, carrying your cares far, far from this quiet grove. He takes the rigid structure of your stress and turns it into harmless, fleeting whimsy, scattering the remnants of your day into the playful, forgiving night. And as the last of your troubles scampers off, a profound and simple peace is all that remains, settling into the space they left behind. You can feel the deep, grounding warmth of the forest floor rising to meet you. This is no cold, unfeeling ground, but a living, breathing presence that cradles your entire body. It supports you completely, this ancient earth from which the satyrs themselves were born. With every slow breath, you feel yourself growing heavier, sinking deeper into this nurturing embrace. There is a profound stability here, a security that tells your body it is finally safe to let go. Can you feel the subtle pulse of life beneath you, the slow, steady heartbeat of the world? It is the same energy that gives the satyr his boundless strength and unshakable joy. As you surrender your weight to the moss and soil, that deep warmth begins to seep into your muscles, coaxing out the last remnants of tension. Your shoulders soften, your jaw unclenches, and the constant hum of your thoughts starts to gently dissolve, replaced by a quiet, thrumming connection to something ancient and powerfully serene. You are not lying on the earth, you are being held by it, and in this ultimate security, every part of you can finally, completely relax. A gentle trickling sound weaves through the flute's fading notes. Just a few steps away, a shallow stream of impossible clarity cuts a silver path through the moss. Its water is so pure you can see every smooth, dark stone on its bed, each one worn perfect by the timeless flow. This is no ordinary brook. This is the Lethe, the legendary river of forgetfulness. and its presence here transforms the grove into a true sanctuary for the soul. Your Satyr guide nods toward the water, his eyes holding a deep and ancient knowing. He encourages you to kneel at its bank and dip your fingertips into the current. The water is shockingly cool, a clean, crisp sensation that travels up your arm and seems to whisper directly to your mind. It does not demand or erase, but simply invites. As your fingers break the surface, you can feel a gentle pulling, a release. All those lingering anxieties, the nagging regrets from yesterday, the endless mental lists of tasks for tomorrow, they loosen their grip. One by one, they slip from your thoughts like leaves caught by the current, turning over and over in the water before being carried silently away downstream. There is no struggle, only a quiet, willing surrender. The stream accepts every worry without judgment, transforming them into nothing more than fleeting shadows that vanish around the next bend. What remains is a profound and spacious quiet within your own mind. The mental chatter that so often fills your head simply falls silent, leaving behind a clear, open sky ready to be filled only with the peaceful imagery of this mythic night. Your mind is no longer a room cluttered with the day's debris, but a wide, empty meadow under the stars, waiting patiently for dreams to take root and grow. Your breathing begins to find its own quiet rhythm, matching the slow, steady pulse of this twilight forest. Inhale deeply now and draw in the cool, fragrant air. It carries the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine, a clean, earthy perfume that fills your lungs with a sense of ancient peace. Now exhale slowly, letting the breath leave your body in a long, soft sigh. With it, release any final tightness held in your shoulders, your jaw, any last whisper of resistance in your mind. The Satyr is right here with you, his own broad chest rising and falling in a calm, unhurried pattern. You are not breathing alone. This is a shared, tranquil rhythm, a silent duet between your spirit and the wild. It anchors you completely in the present moment, here in this soft, mossy cradle, far from the echoes of yesterday and the whispers of tomorrow. This simple, mindful act is one of the most powerful tools for sleep. It tells your nervous system that all is well, that it is safe to stand down and surrender. Each deliberate inhalation draws in stillness, and each complete exhalation carries away a little more of the internal chatter, until only the quiet hum of the forest and the steady beat of your own heart remain. Let this rhythm be your guide, a gentle metronome leading your body into a state of deep restorative stillness. This wild, joyful energy is now yours to carry into the deepest of sleeps. The Satyr's lesson is a simple one, a call to release the rigid structures of your day and embrace the untamed, instinctual peace that lives within you. His world of ancient forests and ecstatic music is not a distant myth, but a state of mind you can visit whenever you close your eyes. Let his freedom become your own, his connection to the earth a grounding cord for your spirit, and his unshakable joy a gentle lullaby for your soul. Our journey through these moonlit groves may be ending, but the path remains open for you whenever you wish to return. Thank you for wandering these ancient dreams with me. Sweet dreams, and may the playful spirit of the Satyr watch over your rest.